Hey, good afternoon. Did I just start another pot of coffee? No, I don't think I did. Looks like there's at least another cup in there. My current one's not too hot, so hey, good afternoon. Oh, listen to myself. That be 1 minute. Microwave this. Ads are still running for a couple seconds. Well, that's going. I don't think I had any concrete new thoughts. Came to realization we got to focus on military because of France. Uh, Pretty sure we rival France. I think you want to look at the rival interface by clicking the rival button here. Hey, Sarah Beth. Just playing a game after having a nice nap. I just woke up for the day myself. Not just. Hour and a half ago, maybe. Did watch Shenner playing U5. The guy I learned the most from. We keep looking at new racing games, but they're apparently all bad. What was Project? I forget what it's called. But it's the new Project Cars. Essentially, would be the fourth one, but it's a complete reboot with different devs. One of the original guys, but anyway, it's apparently a huge bomb. Oh, thank you for the resubscription and congratulations being first in chat. Almost as always. Really appreciate it. Let me grab the coffee out the microwave. Oh, there we go. Did uh find a little bit of personal chat right when we're starting out before we get rolling. Like I I subscribe to Walmart Plus now because I do get most of my groceries delivered and it's free delivery. So definitely worth it in that regard. But let's just point out, so yeah, a lot of times, I get something else along besides groceries. and and it'll be anything. I guess that should be obvious that I would just be groceries. Um That's just funny. So I got a beard comb, and it's like, one's a particularly good deal. I look at what type of wood it is, making sure it's wood rather than plastic, or what. And that has reviews. Like one of them for like $6. One of the $6 ones had a. It just gives me splinters. That's got to be a bad comb. Anyway, so I get like a $2.50 comb. Uh, but it's not in stock at my Walmart. So it's going to take 2 days longer to come from, I think it was Kentucky, actually. I gotta look. But anyway. It's going to be delivered by Walmart. Not going to go post office or anything, not like Amazon does. But they have to make a particular stop some states away just for a $2 comb. I think that part's hilarious. Do. Line out the door. Costco. Yeah, I used to back when back when Black Friday used to be big deals. I was always out shopping. But nowadays it's not exactly deals anymore. Just anybody trying to make their sales. We say late stage capitalism. 10, 15 years ago, you know, everybody was offering a bargain. Now it's just more like they're trying to unload their garbage so that they can restock their shelves with the new stuff for next year. Something. Most of the deals are bad now. I'm sure there's still a few good deals, but not like it was. Like at one time at Staples, they had large USB drives, memory sticks, whatever we call them, flash drives and stuff. That should have retailed for $20 or $30, and they're going they're going for like, what, I don't know, just a couple bucks. And they'd have to do limit 10 each. And it's like, everything at Staples is usually overpriced. And then again, it's like you wouldn't even go to Staples for computer stuff these past 10 years. But come Black Friday, yeah, they had legitimate 90% savings all the time. And we'd have a line in the parking lot, yeah. So far. Anyway. But yeah, it was too crowded, but of course I'm a former Marine. I hope I can handle myself and that's about the prerequisite, yeah. But yeah, I never enjoyed it. It is way too crazy. All right. So we had to revert uh annexing Portugal because there was virtually no progress, and if you're doing two at the same time, apparently it takes twice as long. Might be completely fair, but I didn't know about it before you started it. There should be a big warning that this is what we started. We started doing Aragon first. Aragon's going faster, but it's still going to take forever. Whatever. Working on integrating them. We're ready to build some cannons, but I think we had to work on making friends with a lot of people. We have to work on more income, apparently. Guessing plain and simply, I'm spending most of my money on my army now, but my army's still tiny compared to France. Army maintenance is 12 ducats. It's like if I had 12 more ducats, I'd have a reasonable cash income. If I make my army twice as large, we'll be losing money. Again, make the army twice as large, it's still nowhere close enough to France's. Oh, eh. Yeah. And Anglia broke our... Oh, that's what I was doing, just looking at rivals. They broke our alliance with us. Yeah, I'm in a very small city. Probably surprised it's a city. Forget only Staples and I think just Staples and Walmarts were the only stores here I bothered for Black Friday. Again, I haven't been in like 10 years. I think if you ever did do it, you'd easy to see that most of the deals, tiny deals compared to how it used to be. Uh, yeah, we were clicking on the rival window here. Naples, Tunis, and Morocco. Oh, we rivaled Naples. Oh, we happened to be proving our friendship with them at the time. But I probably didn't have a choice of. I have good choices of rival. But I was just checking. It's not France. It could be. Curious who France's rivals are. Oh, it is Anglia, of course. I mean, but I'm just again really surprised why Anglia broke their cheek. And Aragon. Oh, that's bad. And the Papal States. All right, we're allied to the Papal States now, but being allied to the Papal States and Aragon and have or Papal States, it was kind of perfect. We were allied to his rival. We're allied to his rival. And Aragon is actually our subject, so better than allied. So in Anglia, France, Scotland, they're against the Papal States. Oh. Did they break their alliance with me because I allied with the Papal State? That's not how it's supposed to work. Definitely makes it super complex. But if I rivaled France and Scotland, maybe I could make friends with Anglia again. But we tried. We improved our relations to Max and... Oh, no. It's not max. It's down about 21, but still, the amount we can tell already that even when it's maxed, it won't go anymore. All right. Burgers request privileges. What? Doubt it. They want to reduce their taxes, but we'd be more efficient at taxing. And the bank would have less interest. You know, that one doesn't actually sound bad. But then again, it gives the burgers plus 25% power. That's the real worry. But we recently gained a good bit, or a lot, of crown power ourselves. Oh no, only 23. We we enacted. It'll be in here. Royal decree gives us plus 10%. We were at 24% usually when first 50 years. We're at 24%. I had to keep a dude in the cabinet. Having a royal family member on the cabinet gave you 5% more power. And I needed that to stay over 25. But we were at 24 for the first 50. Then something happened. It's like, oh, I'm at 22. What's going on? Got this plus 10. So I thought, piece of cake. Probably be over 30. Not. Yeah, maximum legitimacy. Here's our crown prince in the cabinet. It gives us plus 8%. Used to be 10%. All these calculations are relative to something else. What's going on exactly? Ruler's administrative ability. Okay, that might be lower. That's... Alright, that's fair. That's probably how I lost like the 3 points before. But why is it only 25% now? How does this add up to 25%? 23 and a half even. Okay. So obviously they're doing the 10% in a different location than I totally expected. Let me play around with these numbers. Not the exciting part of the game, but I always say welcome to the geek stream. Better at math than I am at being entertaining. Let's proceed. Right. Population 4.8 million. How they're presenting this, you're taking the 10% off the population? Christ. I want to check the mouse over in a different location. Probably the same thing. Is that the right one? It's gonna be the same thing. But the long and short story is, if I give them any privilege, it's going to increase their power and decrease mine. And we have to be over 25% and not. I don't want any recipe. I live out of a freezer and a microwave. Recipe you had in grams? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, you had to do you know, you're right. Kilogram of flour is 2.2 pounds. uh, Google is great for that, honestly. I wonder if we can try even a weird one like that. I could share it on screen. I'll share it on screen. Left monitor. Whoop. I don't know about this example, but for one, what I just said, all I gotta do is type in 1,000 grams. Oh, and I might want to make the font bigger. 1,000 grams in pounds. And sometimes I'll put convert. It did it automatically this time, but I do often start with convert 1,000 grams. Convert 1,000 grams to pounds. But 2.2 pounds. Right. But yeah, that's a direct conversion. But also, because we're converting a weight to a weight, they're the same units of measure. But that's not practical. But it's going to be able to do the convert 1,000 grams to cups. Even though that's an abstract conversion, because it depends upon the density of the flour. Exactly. Because they're not the same units. Type of units. Yep, it does it. Yeah, it depends upon the density, or yeah, there isn't a direct conversion. Well, I mean, I'd probably rather you ask Google than me. Because, um, there's no way around. Look on the package for any other type of measurement, but there's no way around it other than to do it by weight. Fill up a cup with the flour and weigh that. Then do the math for direct comparison. Because some flour is going to weigh more than other flour. And your recipe is going by weight. So you have to go by weight. But I'm right there with you. I mean, I've worked in kitchens, but I never bothered cooking at home, really. But when I started dieting, the first thing I had to buy with this was a scale. Kitchen scale, weight everything. If you're not used to doing that, you got to put your measuring cup on the scale first and zero it out. Then weigh out. Whatever container you use, you have to use the same weight of container every time, etc. You know what I mean? They're like explain that too well, but yep. Yeah, it's a fair example. It is hard to convert grams to cups. Not what's intended, since you'd be converting a weight to a volume. You're converting apples to oranges, in other words. Yep, they must be comparable. They're both fruit, but big enough of a difference to not make it easy. Oh, I was doing math. I gotta stick to the game. 4.8 million population, right? Wonder if there's Alright, political power. That's what we're going for. Political power. Alright, my total political power is 1065. This works out. Town. Mobility. 154. Clergy. Clergy special? It's not giving a political power summary. Make any sense? Burgers? Yeah, they got political power. Commoners? That's the same number. That's gotta be a fluke. The burger's political power is 4541. The commoner's political power is 4541. That's such a coincidence to have 4 significant digits be exactly the same. And the tribes. Nothing. So first of all, let me make sure these percentages line up. Oh, I've been trying to use my phone for a different calculator nowadays. But, so, the Recambria should have about 36, about 23 political power. .57. I'll just say 1. Well, 1.57. So, take our political power here of... Oh, to 451. That's total for everybody. Okay, that's why you showed the same number. Wrong thing. Okay. So, knowing that, I do trust the math without even finishing this calculation. Do it anyway. That times 1065. So was the noble's political power 1667 or so? Oh, yeah, I hover over the wrong thing sometimes. See it now. Yeah, it's about that. 166 is about 1654. Right, so the total political power is 4541. That's what we want. Okay. So knowing that, we'll sort of trust what we're reading here. Tell you what, I think we're getting ready to take away one of the nobles' privileges here. I wanted to save up my, build up my stability more before we did that. I was waiting until we had 100 stability. Seeing this, because it's a big deal to be below 25. Get all these penalties for being below 25 Whereas if we were over 25, there'd be nothing listed there. Oh, let me shut that left monitor off. Now, like I probably wouldn't have realized that having a crown prince on the cabinet increases political power unless somebody pointed it out to me. Like, or when I'm looking right now, it's there, but when it's not there, it's not gonna. That line won't even be there. I never know. I could have done it. Hard to find stuff that doesn't exist. Hard to see what isn't shown, of course. That's the thing. There's a million other modifiers that just aren't going to be shown. I don't know what they are. Yeah, we gotta do that now. And yeah, a lot of other stuff going on, and this has to do with giving. Let me try to fix that before I resolve this pop-up. I think as far as privileges go, I think we're fine with this one. But it's just I don't want to decrease my crown power even more. They only got 5. Fortification licenses, royal marriage rights, communal lands, land rights, monetary fiefs. Only nobility is leaders. Wait, 6? These all privileges? One of them, call a law or a similar policy. It says this says it has 6 privileges, although. All right, well, communal lands. Maybe that's not a. Yeah, it's probably like a. That's probably the commoners. The lands is probably related to a different estate. There it is. Noble powers -5. Yeah. But yeah, 3 of these give it +50. Guess I can get the description of each of them in here. Okay, fort limit +10%. I don't think I'm interested in fort limit. Fortification licenses. 5% power. Royal marriage rights. Efficiency of our cabinet is fair. But 50% is a horrible modifier. Lands. Oh. Not worried about that one. Land rights, because it was peasants, not nobles. Again, tax efficiency, that's a reasonable bonus for it. Again, 50% is a lot too much. Monetary thieves. Monetary thieves. Weird term. Just 20%. Reduces their tax. Reduces their levy size. Yeah, we don't like them having this one. Only nobilities is legal. Which on the surface we wouldn't want. Burger estate satisfaction? Cousin estate? Yeah. Nobody likes this. Yeah, we'd like to ease. I think straight away we'd be happy removing 3 privileges, but removing a privilege is causes instability. Time. The monetary thieves. That one's not giving them much power, but I think that one might be the one I want to remove the most because it will give us more taxes. Do. How much is it going to cost to remove it? A part of it is we wanted to see, do I even think removing their 20%, is that going to push my my crown power up to even 25? He set this up in a spreadsheet. Right? It was political power. PP. Total was 45-41. Alright, this is a base though. That's a total political power. Base political power. Needs to be different. Uh 736. Okay. No, I don't know. Hmm. So the nobles right now are 1654. We remove this line. Start with 436. Times 100. That's the starting 100%, 100%. So that when you come down to the 12%, you're multiplying 0.1. Their percents. Put in a regular decimal when you want a percent. 12 and a half. 55 plus 20 plus 50. Apparently I'm typing something wrong on my calculator. Yep, I'm making typos on the calculator. On the phone. Typo on a calculator has physical buttons. 55 plus 50. 25 plus 25. I can do, can do half these sums in my head, but can't take the first time. Otherwise, you won't know. The whole point is to check if we're trusting these calculations. Good. Gives me a preview answer, and I don't. Yeah, times that quantity divided by 100 because. Yeah. That works out to 1654.3. Does show 106, 1654. So, starting with 1654. You just take out that one little 20. It's such a small percentage. So that'll reduce the political power down to 1567, which is better than I thought. But just for a practical sake, like removing that, what we wanted to know is, if it's 1654, what is the actual difference? It's 5%. So if we move up policy for 20%, it's actually only removing 5% of the power. And that's within that estate. That's if that estate had 100%. You would be saying, well, we only reduced their power by 5%. But that's being scaled down even further. All right. The crown, nobles, clergy, burghers, commoners, tribes have no slaves. Crown right now is 1065. Nobles 654. Clergy 791. Burger 685. Commoners 45. Tribes 0. Local power is 0. It's actually not 0. It's just very, very, very close to 0. Good to know. So if I sum all these up, what's the total? 4541, we know. Rounding error, totals 4540. Expected. Expected it's not going to be perfect. So does it show us the decimal anywhere? No, it doesn't. Like just when I did that calculation. For the nobles, just to say exactly. This 1654 we had calculated to be, I think it was 0.3, approximately. It was 1654.350912, but that 0.35 is what's dropped off and why sum all them up. They're all missing a 0.3, off by 1.5 or whatever. I'm saying it's expected to be off. This as a percentage. At about the total. This will give me the numbers I'm looking at. Numbers that they give us. 23.4. 36.4, 17.4, 15.1. Commoners would be rounds up to 0.8, 7.6. But usually none of these round up. They always just tunicate, which is very deceptive. But it is one of the simplest versions to no rounding method is perfect. So tunication is the easiest. If you're any kind of a mathematician or accountant and you never looked into, well, if you're a real accountant, you would have looked into it. You're forced to. But if you never looked into rounding methods, quite a trip. All right. So, drum roll. Removing that 20% is changing the 1654. Again, removing this 20% lowers this by 5%. Changes that 1654 to a 1567. Whoop. Happens when you type numbers into the game instead of into your spreadsheet. 15.7 is that their power increases from 36.4 to 35.1. So that's what I was also saying. Once we scale it down, it's going to be even more. That 20% converts to 5% of the noble's total power. And that 5% converts to 1% of everybody's power. Just over 1%. But, so our crown power indeed would not change visibly. It'll change from 23.4 to 23.9. So revoking that privilege wouldn't even make a difference if I did that willy-nilly, like I was going to, you know? It's like, well, okay, yeah, let's remove that. We need to increase our power. We need to move our privilege. You know, I'm looking at it. It's 20% power instead of 50%. It's like, is that really going to... I would have clicked on it, removed it. We crash our stability. And the number the only number we're really shown isn't even going to change. But it does change. Very small, 23.4 and 23.9. Not enough. We need to hit 25. So I'll probably... Yeah, how much is the cost to remove that one? Probably have to go for one of the 20s instead, but I want to make this calculation even bigger. That's not exciting, is it? I'll share my monitor again and throw this on the screen once in a while, but it's usually just going to be sharing the game. Well, these numbers are the ones directly from the... Also, base layout. I usually have buffers. Separate the columns better. Basically, crown power, noble power, clergy, commoners, tribes. We're summing it at the bottom. Comes a little bit off from what the game shows, but that's because all these are communicated. Sum's guaranteed to be equal to or greater than value, because these are either perfect or have extra, positive extra. It's never negative. Anyway, and but I want to put into calculation and just call them the political power. Again, it's not the base. That's what we're putting in, I guess. For the nobles was 436.32, I see. Still in my calculator. 32. Power. 4363. That's what I'm saying, it's base political power. Take this base derived from your whatevers, based on the nobles, and do the multiplication. You have a skill, never thought about weighing the darn flour. Hey, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Number one, my first job was working in a kitchen. Number two, it is the only way you can really reliably count calories when you're dieting. But yeah, unless, yep. Yeah, without the experience of doing it for months or years. For me, weighing food is second nature. But if you've never done it before, yeah. Might not occur to you. Good, learn something new every day. Do. And there's nothing I like more than a nice kitchen. Have two. They're affordable too. They're affordable and rather sensitive. Sensitive enough. Not, we're not doing chemistry, we're cooking. Chemistry, you need tiny weight. It's fine. I'm trying to think what mine is. I can't. No, I normally don't use grams. I normally, I don't know what I normally do. Like I said, it is rough. I don't cook at home, really. My cooking home is very crude, is the way to say it. And I'm not currently dieting. A minute since I had to measure anything, weigh anything. All right, to-do. That was 436.32. These are the modifiers. Oh. Multipliers. Not necessarily multipliers, but in this case it doesn't matter. But I'm going to say something explicit to multiplier percentage, because we're going to convert this from percentages into proper decimals. But so you got to start with 100, because 1 is equal to 100%. Times 1 is 1. I can make a big old column. I don't know if I think I sort of meant to. I think it's the best way. You make another column of all of these modifiers, which will just take up too much space. It is theoretically an infinite list anyway, so an infinite column. Minus 5, 5, plus. Minus 5 plus 50. 5 plus 50 plus 50. 10 plus 5. I missed. .33. Let's say 0.33. Divided by 100. I don't divide by 100 yet. Final calculate. So 379%. And this we're going to be replacing this number with a formula. Put it over here. That's weird. Oh, it's back where I cut and paste this up. Don't do that. Don't do that, but it's fine. Well, to that times that divided by 100. I don't know why it changed the font. Why it why it didn't round by default. That is weird, huh? And that's because this one still had the 20 in it. Changed all the formatting. I think that's a fact. Just copy this and V, right? Format only, Alt Y. When we come in here and take out the 20. And for my last couple typos, that's where you can see the 23.9 compared to the 23.4. It did increase it, but it's not going to show it in game because it's creating the last digits. Was this the 23? And afterwards, it's still a 23. And I should save it. Games Q5. Helpers. Estate power calculator. So, one question was, well, that's not enough. But what if instead of taking out that 20%, you take out one of the 50%? Now it gets up to 24 power. It's still not enough. So whatever this problem is, we can't even fix it by moving one of the strongest privileges. We have to remove 2 privileges. Can't do that all at once, I believe. If I was to replace one of our crown reforms, a crown reform is the same as any other estate's privilege. Crown privileges are called reform. Odd. I know. Change policy. It's cheaper. I'll change policy, not a privilege. Sausage. If I had to remove one of these, it'd probably be feudal nobility. So we do like it, but if I had to remove one, I just wonder if anything else even gives crown power. Well, autocracy does. Autocracy does. Now, the good news is changing a reform is a lot cheaper than changing a privilege. Moving a privilege. I recall. Yeah, it only costs 20 stability. That is so affordable. Change government. This one, we need demand power. Again, the change policy costs. Policies are the laws rather than the privileges, but still. We can also look at the laws to see if any. I think I prefer to have this one than feudal nobility. But again, what we were looking at, like the royal decree, it's only going to give 10 crown power, but that 10 is more like a divided by 4 and then divided by 5. It's about divided by 20. That 10 is about a half. I'll prove it. We have to look in the case of the nobles, and it's going to be different. It's going to be a little more effective. Like it says 1436 right now. I'll note that over here. We're talking about adding an extra 10. Smaller effect here because so many of them. Crown power has fewer, but that 1436 changes to a 1480. That is not 10%. 3%. And for my fuzzy math, I had said take that 10 divided by 20. Whatever. Let's go ahead and break down the crowns number. Doing this on the other screen so you won't. Oops. The base. I have that written down. 736. Failed. 136. 3. All right. 100 plus 10 plus 10. 10 plus 25. 0.33. So I hit paste. This cell changed to about 1065. Yep. 144%. This is explicitly what we're talking about now, although, oh, we gotta, oh, man. That back to what it was. Last removed 50. Oh, why did that break? Crazy. I am checking. This has to add. So our question is, if we add 10%, they're going to be effective. Another 10 here. Whoa. Take it on the end then. No. Take us up to 24.6, not to 25. But I took the, we added 10 there and moved 20 here. We'd barely be over the threshold. Ground power, privilege, autocracy, something. While removing the 20% one, monetary thieves. The nobles privilege. All right, that's one option. Doing this for an hour, I found one option. Still, I need to know the cost of that. The 20 to change the reform, 20 stability, and that's nothing. But doing the privilege, oh, revoke privilege. Costs 126 stability. Which is horrible. You're going into negative stability. I don't think I've ever been in negative stability. I think we were down, we were below 10. We were real close to 0 at one time. There is negative. Never been there. So the other option is do check if I have some laws use instead. Well, none of those, probably just administrative or or estates. Well, guess we got a lot to look at, but I don't expect anything to be in. Anything regarding power. Nothing. Burger's power, there's an example. Noble's power. Direction, don't want that. Economic. For controls, cultural traditions, education of the masses, mining laws, precious metal distribution. Nope. Any laws at all affecting power. Oh, well, distribution of power. Crown power. There we go. Again, that's only at 10%. We know 10% is not enough. But we do the two 10%. I think that's our new best option. What do you call a law? Law policy? Called distribution of power. I'm not even looking at the other things it does. Maximum tax, nice. Agenda impact for nobility. Oh, that's gotta be horrible. This is why we're nerfing, always looking at nerfing the nobility's power anyway. Do. But all that, either here nor there, is it important or not, is it's dwarfed to the fact that we just can't, we're trying to afford the stability cost. Which costs us, we do have a discount on because of our other policies. How much it costs to change a law. Oh, we're already using distribution of power. Well, you fooled me. Good job, game. Wait. I haven't even been looking at the right thing. Everything that I moused over, we're looking at what's currently implemented, not what my choices are. Up to the game. There, yeah. This one, Crown Power plus 10, but this one, Crown Power plus 20. Favor the ruler. The difference be a plus 10 to us. Makes them all unhappy. That's a significant penalty. Now, the commoners. What? That's tribes. The tribes are happy. States are always happy. These three come and go. Oh, actually, our cleric's a lot happier than I would have thought. Why? And at the sort of the base, 83. Well, yeah, the equilibrium. Okay. Right. That, but where's it computing the equilibrium at? Oh. Religious unity makes sense. Hostilicae servitus. What? I think that's supposed to be No, it's not. I'm plus 10%. Anyway. I'm not sure exactly why, but I think that's high enough that we're not going to be expecting it to change much suddenly. 4% from positive stability. Again, we're talking about tanking our stability. A significant amount, yeah. 6% from the ruler's ability. They're generally happy. I'm surprised. Didn't know that. These guys are generally not. Yeah. I took that policy. We're going to expect the nobles to be unhappy all the time. Do not want that. And the burgers. Yeah, that's more like what we're talking about. They're close. When things change, we can expect them to go unhappy once. Oh, it's 65 actually, though. What's your... Yeah. Also higher than I thought, but not surprised. I've given them at least one privilege or two. Trying to figure out if something unexpected that might change. Like maybe the last thing we voted on in Parliament, you know, it gives them a plus 10 for 5 years. On. And also the other stuff, the change from stability, that's 4%. So I mean, you could really see burgers 56% not being enough. A couple things change, like losing stability and ruler's ability thing. Yeah, ruler's diplomatic ability is 6% right there. Yeah. Just vaguely, you know, if it was over 60%, maybe, you know, maybe not worry about it, but. Oh, Saints. What is that? Looking away. Saints from country? Oh, it's a tiny thing. We have 4 Saints, which I would have thought was pretty good, but 4 Saints is only worth 0.25%. But what happens when the nobles are unhappy? Alright, I was looking at the cost of changing the law then. Cost of changing the law. Policy. Law. Check again. Crown power, crown power, power, crown power, favor. Power. Power minus 10. That. That cost 76 stability. So we have the choice of changing a policy and losing 20 stability, and anyway, we're going to say 50 stability. Which one to do first? We gotta do them both. Maybe it won't let me do the other one though. We do the cheaper one first. But yeah, it's just how you play this game multiplayer. Can we pause it for an hour and a half until I figure out how to get enough ground power? Gotta whip up a couple spreadsheets. Good. Minute. So I still have to make a actually dedicate to which one of these we're going to change. Again, this is the one that's actually even reducing the law change. Cost 75 because we're at minus 25, which is supposed to cost 100. 25 stability. Get rid of this. Now the thing is we have subjects. That's what's going to make the nobles unhappy. Or are they both going to make the nobles unhappy? Is that right? Minus 5 from this. The nobles are going to lose 5 from that, and they're going to lose 5 losing this. 10. Nobles be unhappy. Wait, which one? If I remove this one, it won't affect the nobles. Oh, we got to keep that. I really don't care about that one. I think I do care about this one. So we're going to keep our manpower. Oh, actually, maybe not, but yes, actually. We're going to say we don't even really need the manpower now that we can build the armories to make manpower, but not done yet. We're far behind manpower compared to France. Do. Change this. Autocracy. What? Oh, does it take time to implement? The thing is, I still didn't even compute. Oh, they want to reduce their taxes, but we tax better. Sounds like that's worth. We're gonna grant this to them. Well, we completed a task in the missions we weren't trying to. Okay, we got diplomats coming back from Anglia and from France. Just maxed out relations with both. There it is. It just went down. How'd it go down? The base went 10, 110. 65. Okay. Ah, yours changed a little bit too, of course. 5, 69. 12 and a half. 25.50 minus 5. 20, 10. 25, 25. 5, 2. 1651. Close to. The thing is, I never did do these breakdowns for the other ones. Those burgers in there. Hovering over the wrong thing. Yep. The base power 935. No, no, the base is 194.48. Percentage is 100 plus 958 plus what? 99.09. A lot of non zeros. 33. 5. 3. 20 plus 50. 5. Well, 685. 958. 99. 33. 25. 50. 33. 20. 50. 25. 50. 33. 25. 25. 25. 50. 25. 10. Um, where we're not even close. Thing is, I can't really mouse over to show you. Do this math in our head here. Call this 100, 110. Be down the list. 110, 140, 170, 20, 250, 70, 320, 320 plus 50, both of them, 70, 380. So it's those modifiers are plus 380%. Understand you're starting with 100%. Multiply by 4.8. We take that top number, then 194 times 4.8. That does work out. All right, my formula is jacked somehow. Oh, I might not have. I think I made a mistake. Okay, we got it. I didn't put. We're replacing the number that it gave with a formula. I put the formula in. I didn't change my fixed constant, the value given by the formula. We're good. Fixed it now. Now, I just noticed for the first time, the burgers get whatever penalties or bonuses for the power being 25%. Because we're restricting their power, we're able to tax them more. That's like a bonus. A penalty for them, and I guess that's the point, but I mean, it is colored green because it's a bonus for us. But so what's the noble's threshold? Because they are too powerful, let's say, we are able to tax them less. But their levies are better? Trying to give us reasons to tax them less. That feels rather contrived. I can see it the other way around. The nobles aren't happy, so when they send people to fight for you, they say, "Yeah, well, you don't got to try too hard. Feel free to run away more." Something. You just have to go. You don't have to stay. Just show up. Or yeah, when you show up, make sure you're late. Like the late water fray. Uh, and the clergy, 25 too. Yeah. So there's your problem. Even without considering there are other estates. Just between your main three, the crown, Cumbria, the clergy, and the burgee. Burgee. Burgers. Clergy and the burgee. Sitting in a tree. O-T-I-N-G. Plotting. Um, uh, it'd have to be perfect, and it changes every time somebody's born. One person moves in or anything. That'd be perfectly 25.0, 25.0, 25.0, 25.0 for them to all to be happy, and of course that's not even possible. Like I say, we're ignoring the fact that you do have commoners. I think the threshold of 25 is very suspect. Maximum tax, yeah, that's fine. But like, I can't tell what the penalties are right now because we're over 25. If it was just the opposite, you would reduce your minimum tax on peasants. That's acceptable. Very likely one of the states we'd not have to keep at 25%. But just the fact, even if the peasants are at zero, effectively impossible to keep the other four happy is. And that's just also to point out that's not actually satisfaction. That's just how to describe it. Want to keep them powerful enough not to have penalties for them to be power satisfied. Not a term for it. Think enough from regular everyday satisfaction. Do do do. So, do we want to make the other change now or wait? Is what I was saying. Because the higher we keep the stability, the more money we get. Rather do it in 2 steps. This is directly related because we're investing the money to increase our stability anyway. The less money we get, the less stability we get. The stability get, the less money we get. But I want to get my crown power up. And let's go ahead and see if we're able to do it all at the same time. I don't know how I ended up at 22. Maybe that's where I was. That's what math is currently showing, although I did want to. Those are up to date-ish. 1951, yeah. And I did want to fill out the rest of these other estates. Clergy base 528 currently. Yeah, and that changes every day as your population does. Every month. 528.05. 5 plus 25. 791. 2. Close enough. Commoners. Commoners. Oh, did the same thing I did. 791, 792. So we were looking at. Oh, they have a sum themselves here. Commoners are laborers, soldiers, peasants, and slaves. Slaves are commoners. For us right now, maybe there's some situation. I'm forgetting what was it? It's Haiti. The first slave nation. I'm saying maybe theoretically there could be some sort of reform that changes the slaves into an estate. I'm just trying to recall. I watched a video recently. I watched a lot of videos, but recently that said that Haiti was the first slave nation, which is to say, where the slaves rose up and successfully overthrew the government. An independent sovereign nation. Do. But I can't remember what the video was about. It's definitely colonial based. To do the commoner is all right. So I got to put in a formula 1507. Four plus 9.46. Percentages are 100 plus 33 plus 5 20 plus. Okay, and I got 346. For their answer is 345, and yes, we're always rounding something off. Close. Yeah, so this is playing. It's good for us to keep them unhappy. We get more money. Well, that might be that's probably true for all of them then. And what's our tribes doing? Whoops. They're almost eliminated, but we might pick some more up if we stand into Africa. So so that's a very low starting number. The starting number for the crown is 740. For the nobles, 435. Clergy 500. Tribes 0.02. Not even a percentage error. Multiply by 2. Multiply it by 100 is still insignificant. The 10,000th of the other. I don't know why. And no bonuses at all. Okay. And yeah, I want to update the number it does say at the top here by chance. All the estates together have a total of 4803 political power now. That changed quite a bit with the first change to 803. 4803. That will show that on any of 48. Thanks for the lurk, Diz. How you doing today? Do. Uh, work on polishing up the spreadsheet. I guess the end game we were just talking about. All right, these are the percentages that you see on the screen. 22 for the crown, 34 for the Economia. Oh, I guess convert this. I hate percentages. This is what we would generally call a state power. Usually talking about the percentage. 12%. And that's just a note. Get rid of that. They're about label. We don't need that line at all. Add that too is just a note. Okay. That's a good spreadsheet. You got to put in this formula. How many commoners you got? Estimate. This formula, this all your bonuses, but it works. And that allows us to say, well, what if I removed this privilege? I changed this 50. If I remove that privilege from the nobles, how much does it increase our crown power? 22.4, 23.5. I want to do that, but like I said, I don't want to tank our, but we will. We added Adocracy. The other one we are for 76 stability or so. Only got 61. We're going to remove. Oh wait, this is no. We're going to change a law. Distribution of power. That's what it is. Oh. Oh, that's what the type of law is called. We're changing distribution of power from part to Castile to crown power. Which makes all the estates unhappy. But until I get other stuff to add crown power to us, that's what we have to do, as far as I know. Again, there might be another modifier, like the one that we do have. Crown Prince is on Council, therefore we get a bonus from that to crown power, but there are other modifiers like that that I can do. I don't know what they are. Until I know better, we're going to go with this. Maybe I should look first. Google search. How to increase crown power. Yeah, AI, I'm not going to bother reading you because you're going to tell me these 95% of the things that I just already went through. You know what the other 5 are. Maybe I could look. Increase control. Oh, what? Not that there's any big increase control button. Build infrastructure. Counting houses. It says use the parliament, but I think that parliament boost is just temporary. That's the point. Improve legitimacy. Next. I mean, it's probably related to stability too. Stability probably giving us crown power. Just legitimacy. We're trying to get rid of all these penalties. Empower the crown. Power the crown estate. It has. This is the AI summary, but it's breaking it down in other stuff. First of which we just spoke about. Ensure that cabinet members, army leaders during peacetime, and navy commanders are from the crown estate to get a significant boost to crown power. Can I put more than one crown member on the council? Have diminishing returns. We have this great guy for diplomacy. This one should be my crown prince doing military. Uh, really want an admin down here, but can I pick an admin from the crown? That's not great, but we can. We got 2 crown candidates. Candidates of the crown. Better one's only 41, but whatever. Where's the bonus at? Oh yeah, and like this, having him just gives us a 0.83. Even if we had another 0.83. Such a tiny, tiny modifier. But we never count more than a third of it. Brings up the spreadsheet again. Show you. Add in another 0.83. Close. I'm saying 0.83. 8.33. And so it increased our power up to 23.4 from 22.4. It adds 1%. And yeah, you add 8%, you only get an eighth of it. 1%. Oh, wait. Put it back. Yeah, give us a percent, but yeah, we need more than that. Uh, reading our tips. So also, yeah, even Navy commanders. I don't mind doing that one bit. See? Remember that I might want the one with the higher admin to put on the cabinet. Or doing all. Point, a point, a point. Chase. For Sancho, get on a boat. Tell me how you affected my crown power. For Sancho, plus 25. That's huge. Yeah, did they cover that in the tutorial? I don't think so. Surely I would have noticed. Make sure all your admirals are from from the royal line, royal lineage. So again, I'll show you in the spreadsheet. But where are we starting at? Paste this over here just as a easy reference. Got the shortcut key. Values only. So from 22.4%. Oh, what was it? Huge, I said. Was 25. Although it should already be reflected, although I found on it updating instantly. Up to 25%. 22 to 25. That should have been everything we. 5.3. And again, that's a good example just to as a reference. Adding 25% only translates to over 3. Actual over 3%. Just looking at the percentages shown. And it's always going to vary and everything. Da, 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 da. In this case, 25% translates to 3%. So again, divide by about 8. Did last time we did the math there. Where we had an 8% modifier, it only changed it by 1%. 5, 3%. Twice. For the month run, that updates, right? Hey, I finally unpaused the game. Jeez. 27, there we go. Done. We don't got to worry about the big change. But now the thing is, I might want to go back and do that autocracy change. But okay, we'll copy this for a while. Mm-hmm. But yeah, minute. Been quite a while. Let's run the ads. Take a short break. Yeah, finally got that crown power up. That's a big deal, and we learned a lot, didn't we? And we can probably go one step further and put the yeah, actually, what do we know about that? Yeah. Hey, look. We'll take the 10 out of there. Be changing that law back. Which 10? What are you even talking about? Autocracy. What? +1? What? You're kidding me. What? Oh, it takes time to build up, I bet. Just to check, we mouse over. Let's go to. Yeah, it's only implemented 12.95%. Yeah, so I didn't even include it in the spreadsheet. Wrong. 10, 10, 1. Is that the auto? As a 1, but 1065. Oh, we just, yeah. Got the 25 now. No? What's going on? Our base is off. That base changes a lot. That's a surprising thing. It changes a lot. 10, 10, 129, 10, 625, 25. Gives us, yep, 396 is what we say. 1395 is what the game says. Close enough. 2727. No, the Recombria is down to 30% though. I forget to do there. Well, maybe their base changed a lot too. Not a lot. Barely changed. 35.8. 1225. 50 minus 5. 50, 20, 50. 10, 25, 83, 83. Why is my number different? Minus 5 plus 50. Minus 5 plus 50. 20, 50. 10, 25. Oh, extra 25 in there. What? Oh. Maybe. Because all right, because I replaced. There was a noble on his ship before. He put that noble into the crown. I see. Matters a lot. Okay. Numbers check out now though. Yeah, 1544 compared to 1540. Okay. But I was hemming and hawing about when we go to battle. Do we want the best commander or just the best royal commander? Or is they're going to die and it's going to change? That's a big concern. As it stands right now, your satisfaction is supposed to be, what do we call it? Equilibrium is over 50%. Go with this. But yeah, I was going to pause, run it. Be back. All right, a bit. Ooh. And that was from the AI summary. Yay. But there's more to read about. Wanna put this in my note file? Tips and tricks. Already a crown estate. Ensure that cabinet members, army leaders during peacetime, and navy commanders are from the crown estate. Get a significant boost to crown power. It says army leaders during peacetime. Again, trying to overdo it. We're just getting rid of all those negatives that doesn't even show anymore. So for our current state of affairs, if we were to have a third happiest state, we'd want it to be the burghers at 18%. Of course, that's going to have to come at the cost of clergies. A lot of work to get that 7%. Probably not. We're not really interested in doing it or anything. Yeah, again, it's a very long-term goal. The stability costs are so high. Just for instance, to revoke that would be 53. Was it for over 100 cost to revoke from stability? Copy. But that was a pretty deep detour. I want to check the other stuff. Oh, there's a video somebody has maximizing crown power. I put it on the list to watch. Maybe. A simple post by somebody. I don't understand how to increase crown power. Why it has randomly had a massive drop. I'll tell you what, it was probably from changing a Navy admiral or a general. Now, yeah, the council mattered, but it wasn't a huge drop. Or 3 points. Oh, yeah, that AI is probably just hallucinating at peacetime. Thing is, when you're at peace, there's effectively not a penalty to replace more competent general with an incompetent royal general. It just says during peacetime because that's when there's no penalty for it. Anyway. Anyway, yeah. Fine. Paused. Great. For the first time today. Sevilla, new capital. Here's how much gold do we have? Gold in the Sevilla market. We have a lot now. Or less. Oh, wrong key. Far away. Those are exports, which one's paying more? Wait, that's not an that's an import. Not importing any of that. What? Kidding. Why we're importing? Well, severely stop. That's been the reason I was doing it. You think? Probably just a mistake. Cut it off cold turkey. Although there's enough in store. Only a little bit, but there's yeah. Export it first. Where else are we exporting to? Burgos. So that's our best port. But if we don't need it, it's the artificially inflating market. We don't need it actually now. Way down. And sort of the same with the porting it to Lisbon. Well, they're not us yet. They're and we're getting income from them. We also have plenty at this time. Probably leave the number higher than Burgos, though. I feel like we should set up another export for profit. Just the gems. Just yeah. Topaz probably. But we don't have enough gems. Okay. We had exports up here. We don't really have any exports down here. Gems. Well, alum, silver. But the alum and quicksilvers aren't worth that much. It's medium price, but we want to set up some mercury. Well, it's not in the list. I don't know. We want to set up some mercury to someplace else. I just said it's not in the list, so we gotta try to do it the other way. I want to come back here. Just to make sure we come back here. Try to do this. I forget, I want to add a new trade. That's not in any of these categories. Section goods. Very alphabetically. Sorting alphabetically by picture is still its own challenge. Three, right? RGO. I want to select a market to export. Not France. They don't get nothing from me. They're going to pay the most. I'd rather send it to Algeria. Oh, trade capacity anyway. Do this one. Back to the other and do it. Goes back to trading in the Sevilla market in current trades. It'll be it will be here now. You have to say area. And 4 units. That's more than I had at the time. Whatever. Oh, well, it didn't start. It didn't start with the check mark on, so automated. Yeah, we're supposed to have some saffron too. What happened? We're low on saffron. Okay. Right. We can grow more saffron. Do we got any money? We do. More money than I thought we would have had. Wouldn't have been surprised if we had up to 500, but for 250 on top of that. Surprise. Probably consider a million other things first, but let's grow a little bit more saffron. Production goods. RGO builder. Wrote my good name. Yeah. Saffron. Oh, come on. Where are we at? What are these? Any of these picks? Sugar. Saffron is for sugar. That is my saffron. Didn't even know what I was looking for. Spent 100 on saffron investments. 30, 30, 30. I wanted a new middle product, I assumed, but still, again, that was a little bit of a whim. It's because we don't have an explorer going on right now. Ability spending is max. Okay, we got a great niece. Knowing that we can use them now. Got any great ability? Although, actually, that 40 might have been fine for... This guy. Is only a 62 himself. Placing him. Now that we know... Want him to be crown people. And again, the cabinet's less important. Which is a big surprise. I'm really surprised the cabinet's worth less than a military appointment. He's got even better admin. What's his ability? He's intelligent. Yeah, we'll try to appoint him if we can. Whoop. Oh, okay. It counts. You know, click on the task or click on the person. How would you know? Oh, and you might want to get married anyway. Marry a noble. Marry them to each other. Big stats. A little more all around. Well, my head's still swimming at all the layers of depth. So many new ones now. Like before, you know, you appointed a journal. You get a journal. You just recruit a journal. You don't care anything about them. How depends who he's married to. Depends what estate he's from. But just like we just did, I had a royal. I had a grandniece come of age, married to a noble, which happens to be one of the people eligible to be a general or cabinet nobles. All of that. So that their children hopefully be not too far down the royal bloodline. Oh, yep. Commoners are unhappy for a little bit. Expect the commoners from time to time. Want to make these guys more unhappy. 45. Now 45, they still paying any tax? Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, what happens when an estate is below, like this bar turns red? That's one thing. What are the penalties for when they're unhappy? Satisfied. Your brain's tired. You just did a reading for an hour and 15 minutes? Yeah. My brain gets tired from this game in 20 minutes. Almost literally. Funny, once I get used to the game, you know, I'll be able to play 12 hours at a time, no problem. Sorta. I mean, I've always been a bit ADD. Like to take breaks every hour and a half or something. 20 minutes doing something else. Very much like to change topic, but nonetheless, relatively a piece of cake. Sit here for 12 hours as long as I stay engrossed. But now sometimes I struggle to do 2 hours because it's so frustrating and just taxing to learn. Not good at not caring. If I don't understand something, it stresses my brain. So one thing will be to get a little bit of rebellion. We don't see any right now, though. I'm going to ask that general question. Oh yeah, you can't take a break. Bum, 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 bum. Take a break during a reading. What did I want to search for? Oh. What effect of state satisfaction less than 50? Okay, where does it show the effects? Now, are they? Looking at the estate tab at the moment. Alright, there it is. Yeah, insatisfaction, hover over the 45. Monthly prestige. Negative 0. Negative 0, yeah. Not 0, 0. Negative 0.00. Counter espionage, minus 1%. Alright, that's not bad at all. I didn't think I cared about him being happy. What were you selling last? Saffron. Gems. Or saffron. Is this Sevilla? It is. Gems are... They're about the same value, it seems. Approaching 2. Should have increased my gem mine again. I think we will. Although, yeah, I just don't want to be in a gem exporting business. But, nice. So in Madrid, should be in the. It's not a city. Is that a problem? And a problem? Supposed to be in the arms manufacturing business. Where are we doing that at? Do, 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 do. Not looking to supply all the other nations, but you know. Are making cannons. Where's that at? Probably it was in toilet. Where does it tell me that though? Oh, it's a cannon making Cordoba. Not in toilet. That's our only cannon maker, but starting other buildings too. Weaponsmith. There we go. We got them all over. Including, yeah, not Madrid though. Madrid's got all the iron is all I'm saying. Alca de Hernandez is right next to Madrid. Well, Toledo's a city. Town. Right next door is a town. Still. The town should make tools. How much does that cost? Build a tool into town. Yep. Improve our weapons in Toledo. I assume it was about 30 ducats also. Improve it a lot. That's probably excessive. Good thing to be excessive with. Oh, money! Oh, research. Money. Research. Take research. Money. Research. I suppose a little bit more crown power help to Hey, the crown finally has more power than the nobles. Our side. The cabinet's still working. They are. That's true. They cancel a couple of those. Population might not be enough to support it. We can look. Buyer's remorse. Oh yeah, the place next door probably definitely. Oh, that's a fair size. Almost grid. Toledo or even Bills. Please. I was doing that in Toledo. I have a couple levels back. Peasants able to promote. Yeah, 35,000. Okay. Another one. Oh, she's admin. Put her on accounts. But that's me legitimacy. Sure. Our admin lady. And may want to marry a noble. Be sorted by value. Eh, that feels better. It feels like I have a purpose now that I know what to use the royal people for. royal characters. A royal character. Oh. Hey. Yeah, getting again. I think we had one there. Did we have it in Badajoz yet? Probably. The Merida. Dylan. Did we do that last time? Oh no. Gone to other places. Those are the furthest away, but where's... Cordoba. Where's Caceres? Oh, that's up there. Can't decide which one. How about a unpopulated town? No, it's not unpopulated. I mean, maybe it is. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I should. Yeah, I try to get in the habit of only spending money on infrastructure after Parliament meeting. I wanted to check. Yeah, support the state. See, that's only while it's being debated. 1 year. Also, increase our control, but that's a little bit different. Control's control. Oh, this starts counting construction houses. This costs us a lot, but let's go ahead and do this. Do we lose all that money right away? We're going to do that. Why am I not on right map mode? Oh, I am. I was expecting the Parliament to be in the capital. Oh, it works. Okay, somebody died. Somebody else died. The general of the First Army. Alright, stop dying, stop coming of age. Catch up. Okay. You may be interested in a royal marriage. You have any numbers? Oh, you're good. Good Diplo. We have 100, but I don't think he's a royal. We do sort by great power score. Courtier, 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 courtier. Yeah. Oh, whoop-de-doo. Courtier, 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 courtier. Why do I have to do this every time? But even if it had a not a courtier filter would be sufficient. Now there is direct heir and line of succession, but you pick those, it excludes the rulers. Yeah. They forgot to put in a filter for ruler. You would check first. Anyway, I think we went through everybody. We're just marrying somebody from Brittany. How old are you? Take the youngest one. Watched it. Clicked on it wrong. Click Brittany first. Click the age. And we're thinking about putting him onto council with his 84 Diplo. Same time. Would he be good as the army? Not really. Got other choices. This guy. Yeah, he's a noble. He's a noble too. What happened? You fooled me. I spent 20... Did I make her a noble? This is admin. Can I sort by estate? No. All right. So it seems we only have one unassigned royal. One unassigned royal. A royal. I used to saying a royal. A royal. Rat, a royal. Roger. Radio. A royal. Royal. A royal. I'll put a royal in charge of the army. Yeah, I think I made her noble rather than keeping her royal. That was a mistake. The economic power of Orin. Research done. Ultra influence, that should speed up our annexation. Yeah, you can have some money. 5 ducats. Sure. But yeah, time. Okay. That was related to Parliament. Wish I think it would be it'd be a good way to pop up a window and let you know this is a parliamentary issue. What the point is. Now, what's going on in Burgos? Profit? Now, Burgos has all this saffron. Where are you not importing saffron? I'm really sure you don't have to be exporting it to Sevilla. I mean, I thought we were growing all our saffron in Sevilla. So we exporting so much up here. Whatever. Makes the money, pays the bills. Where are you getting it? But yeah, speaking of that, we'll take a look. Yeah, there's no saffron growing in Burgos. That's a separate market, right? No, it's not. But I guess it's coming from Aragon. Holy relic. Wait, what's a regalia? Oh, just work of art. Almost had another freak out moment in enjoyment of how deep the features are. It is true. The one feature they did not include from Trader Kings is the equipment slots. One of the slots in Trader Kings is called regalia. Oh, but we can just say heresy and gain religious influence. Really easy to say. But anything. It's a work of art. All works of art increase our cultural influence. And we are much more interested now in cultural influence than we are in religious influence. And we'd probably rather move away from spiritualists. All right, we'll put it in a museum. So how many works of art we got? Tell me something about any of this that I barely know anything about. Got a culture someplace. Hey, this is a culture. We got one artist. 22 works of art. More than I counted. And it's strange. There's plenty of these pop-up windows that have scroll bars. But they don't put one here. They just say, and 12 more. Although we can get the impression because it is listing most powerful to least powerful. But still. What if my first 10 were all at 100%? How many more if my 12s? What if the 12 more are 100% too? But all of this stuff is cultural tradition 0.05. Oh. This is only increasing our cultural tradition, not our cultural influence. I thought it increased cultural influence. I was wrong. It gives us prestige. Which itself is hard to get. True. But you need 22 to get 0.05 prestige. Yeah, maybe I should have took the plus 10 religious influence. Not a big deal though. We're not starting our religion much yet. Next time. Yeah, that's the last time I'll work of art. Maybe. I want to see what people are doing about granting the parliament seat. Do you grant parliament seats? What are the effects? Because I got no problem making them unhappy for 20%. Slightly reduces your absolutism. What the heck is absolutism? In this game. Well, absolutism existed. And of course there's always every chance that the game's hallucinating. Okay. Royal absolutism. Royal absolutism. British absolute. I think that's going to be it. Sure does like to scroll. Absolutism. One that's just a word. So we got two different royal absolutisms to read about. The first one might be an advance from the age of absolutism. Second one is also in the age of absolutism and sounds like an advance. If it's an advance, I should say it's an advance. But we were not even talking about any of that. Like, no, I was thinking we look at our crown power. Might not be on the screen, but it might be. Not probably here. Yeah, 37%. Where does it say absolute? Yeah, I definitely did. When I promoted my one grandniece or whatever to the cabinet, made her a noble. Oops. Definitely confirm here that we didn't have to because we're already ignoring gender limitation on the cabinet. Should be a form of government. Queen Blanche. We are righteous. All connected. We are a ruler. They get traits. '36 dynasty. Oh, we have. Yeah, we know the next the line of succession. 36 is Alienor. Dada. Oh, Dada. Dada. I got a lot of Dadas. The Darmanac. Magnac. Darmagnac. The Darmagnac. Darmagnac. '36th in line, yeah. Okay, it's not any help. Actually, a button that says select consort. Okay. Don't accidentally click form new country. Oof, you're a new country. These are modifiers, but not really the values that we're looking for. List of numbers. It says absolutism. Country values. Wait, is absolutism part of the scale? Maybe. Maybe not, I don't remember. Sounds like it could be. I don't remember it. Not in this case. We might not have unlocked it yet either. You try to do a different search regarding that. Absolutism gained from Parliament seat. Us. Okay. Yeah, it was hallucinating. It's talking about EU4. That's when I totally quit looking at the game. I understand, but like, whatever we called the British DLC, I think that added missions, which people like and say define the game, but they miss most from EU4. Um, but that also, understandably, introduced parliaments. But that, I think that was the second national DLC. Because I think the first one, I could be, and I could be totally wrong on the orders and stuff. But I think the first one I remember, the only other one I remember is Third Rome, basically focusing on Russian ideas. But I didn't buy any of those because I just said, you know, there's 200, 500 potential countries in the game. I'm not going to buy a DLC for each one. That's like, not even going to pretend. And if I paid $2 per DLC, talking 500, 400, $1,000. Nope. Don't even get them started. Paying per country. Anyway. But that's why I didn't know. I didn't think Parliament existed. Well, I mean, I did know Parliament existed in EU4, but Parliament seat did. Okay. So that did not answer my question. 4. Okay, local manpower modifier, local sailor modifier, local tax modifier, local production. Sounds good, 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 good. What's no negatives? I'm just gonna say yes. Well, I know better. Well, it's empowering their estate. If it wasn't a state, I didn't want to empower anymore. Take to do it. Might be that simple. Oh, Rupert just died. Dude, what was your job? Why doesn't this tell me what his job was? Wait, that's our heir. Not good. Was heir to Castile, Portugal, and Aragon. Victim of a seemingly unlikely hunting accident. Your stats sucked anyway. So who's our new heir? That second in line? Got Crown Prince Johann. Ah, well, that explains it. Han's assassinating everybody else to gain control. Ah, it's about the same. So you have an army leader, a navy leader, empty council slot, and military was his highest stat. It's coinciding. Where you at? Do I have to promote him to council? Yes, what? Was he not of age yet? 33. Wearing a helmet. Why is he all dressed up? Air and general. It says he's a general. I just looked and didn't realize it was Johann. It is Johann. Okay. Alright, we need to find somebody else for the government. Military. He's from the clergy. Nobles less happy. That's okay. He's an architect. Oh, yeah, legislative efficiency, though. It's such bad at whatever he does. I have to pick a noble. Him, I'd probably rather be using him on the field. Save him for when we are at war. Somebody with a skewed stats, but not too much. Another general for combat. That's for the 58. Disability. Also minus 20. Oh, it's the same one. Alright. Our state power at again. Down to 35. It's funny because we were struggling to get 25 before. Now you know how to use your royals. Quite a bit easier. Lose 5% in court. The court end. Not showing me right now? Trade map mode. Gotta pause it immediately. Oh, that's still gonna pass. Hey, building counting houses. You know, as soon as I saw that, I said yay or whatever. I don't specifically know what the counting house is. Local crown power. All right, that's what I thought. We're getting carried away with the crown power now. We took a loan. I mean, we took a loan. Oh, yeah, that's right. We built all this counting house. You're forgiven. Speaking of the Bank of Westler, all right, we might be making friends with him, actually. Yeah, making friends with the Bank of Westler. Give us a reduced interest rates. I don't know. Can't hurt. Bank of Barty? Wait, which bank? Which bank did you borrow from? Borrow from the wrong bank. Uh, Barty, where you at? Oh, you existed. Tell us this about our loans. We got 2 debts. Bank Westler, Bank of Barty. Although, interest is the same. Maybe making friends doesn't help. Pay off to Bank of Barty first. We want nothing to do with it. We're invested in Westler. And stupid stuff like this. Who you're borrowing money from. And not just simply which bank. Sometimes it's your estates. So much depth added. Unfortunately, it means layers of complexity, but another way of saying depth is flavor. Very rich flavor. Having fun with it today rather than being frustrated the whole time. Even though we started off an hour and a half in state power spreadsheets, but that had its effect. And from struggling 22% ground power up to 35, practically accidentally. If I was able to hit 28, I would have stopped. 35 was 37 for our last guy died. Alright, ba-dum-bum. Somebody else coming of age. Want to go to work? What's your job? Oh, you got nothing. Nothing for you. But you can marry a noble. Fortunately, not a young noble. I don't have the hot fix to the open beta patch. That, and I think that's the one that said that implementing 40 years for birth. Which again, I'll be happy to say, I hate everything that's just a freaking cliff. Should always be progressive. Other than full chance of getting pregnant before 40, but 0 chance after 40. You know, drop it by 10% each year or whatever you want. A million ways to do it. Just saying that the one way, that's a freaking great cliff. First way to do it. But, so, no marriage. Although, I'll never notice for now. His stats weren't good enough to breed anyway. You might think, still debating whether genetics work or not. Merchant spent lots at sea while trading on the Nines market, taking all his goods with him to the bottom of the sea. We lose 40 ducats. Like, despite having an interest in role-playing, and I like to read stories and whatnot, but in the game, I wish I'd be totally happy if it just said shipping accident, minus 40 gold. Need their contrived details. Where did he talk about? Names? Name I've seen before, but I don't know. Yeah. I have my doubts if we were even trading there. But that's just, you know, it's the side effect of making this story. Shipping accident near random location. Well, you picked a random location that means nothing to me. Yeah, and if you had just said shipping accident, minus 40 gold, got to worry about giving wrong details. Means more general is better. Placatum regium. Possible religious actions. The religious actions. No, I'm not. Talking about something else. I thought we were enacting Catholic Church law. If you call them that, I don't think they're called laws. Bulls, they are, but not what that is. This is we lose 100 religious. Clergy loses happy. Okay. I also hate this. Hover over this. What is this? Hover over this. Find out what it is. Like now to find what you'd think is level 1 information, you gotta go level 2 information. What does this button do? What does the Placatum button do? It enables Placatum. It's like, oh, I don't know what that is. You gotta tell me. Yeah. Added tooltips. Oh, crown power. Well, aren't we thinking about doing that now? 100. Religious influence. 100. What is religious influence? That's just a currency, right? No. What's the currency called? Yeah, on the screen, I think. What's this? Religious influence. Yeah, that's just a currency. Yeah, we don't care about losing it. So, I'll be back. When they lose that satisfaction, that's temporary. Do it. Oh, until her death. I see. That's the interesting way to do it. That's why it's not OP. junk crown power. Although, again, if we're only getting an eighth of it, 3%. Check that out. We'll increase to 38 or 39%. Okay. 39. Fuzzy math works. That just feels so nasty, though. I totally understand. But it says it'll increase it by 20%, and you go up 4%. Hey, this 4% doesn't feel like 20%. But it works out. We did the math. I had a spreadsheet to prove it. It's just don't want to use the spreadsheet every time. They say it does change every month. Because populations change every month. Okay, new court. New research. Oh, including prestige. Nice. It's crazy. I was up to 100 prestige at one time. I didn't think that ever going to happen. More of a slow burn stat. I don't mind them being unhappy. Enforced ordinances. Noble's power, max control. Nobles are unhappy. You see that in some sort of a comedy. Comedy court. Highness, the nobles will not be. Goes. Profitable trade. Sure. Firearms. Oh, yeah. Am I making enough now? The answer is no. Me. Well, you never know. I mean, that might actually have told me. Uh, Firearms in Sevilla. That firearm markets, Sevilla. A balance. Balance. Supply demand. All right, balance. Okay. All right, demand. France import. Why is France importing from Paris? What? Why is that listed in my market? Same with Genoa importing from the Genova market. That Castile is importing from London. It's the only one that makes sense because we are importing firearms from London. What are you doing here, man? At all our imports in Syria. Now there's only one. Talking about those other stats. I do think we can stop importing. We'll just reduce the numbers to very small now until we're certain. Whoops. Well, I say that, but then I hit Control instead of Alt. And the whole thing disappears. Oh well. Can't do any more import. And we're really sure we don't need gold. Why did it show a minus? Man, that's balance. All right. Good. We'll get the hang of it. We're importing. Of course. We don't generate any gold. Then we use only 0.59 for minting. Balance is a surplus. Yeah, we could. I mean, they might be using some for the jewelry. Can't tell them to. We'll reduce our gold import. This is Sevilla. We don't have a wide variety of export. Trying to get some more saffron going. What happened to that? Oh, they're just not locked in. Export more saffron. Just generating enough gems yet? Maybe we can set up another saffron recipient. What am I looking at? I think I'm looking at the right thing. I think I want to look at goods. But alphabetically. Saffron. There was a button there. Oh, yeah, and it's weird that I do here want to go back. Via Market. For owned trades. That's not actually one of the filters. Go back far enough, it'll show us. Guess this is saffron to Genoa. Good. Said I had to put that button on. What's that button called? Like lock, but it doesn't use the lock icon that face of the game. Trade locking. Doesn't use a lock icon. But next time we look at that other window, again, we can hit back to. Pull it up. Goods, saffron. And by looking at saffron, just again, if we were to hit the export button. When I set this, is there a place to lock it? Don't think there is. There should be a lock this screen. Can't exactly pull around to find out. But obviously there's not. You have to be on the same line as this trade, and it's simply not. Maybe when you click on them, difference if you left or right click. Yeah, it's just changing. What else? I think so. I don't think there's a place to lock it on this. That frontage has been locked now. Yep. Do. Björn insulted us. Got a little bit of money payoff into the loans. And this all came about because Bent built a bunch of counting through EVE. Pay the international loan to the Bank of Bardi. They're 207 ducats. Pay off all our loans. Did I post in Discord? I did post in Discord. A little surprised nobody else from Discord. Maybe they didn't, they're just lurking. But for the most part, the other three usual suspects. Guy. Not always, though. Curious. During the day, getting dark out. They should have all got home. Sevilla export. Our best paying one. Not sure about profit, but I haven't actually analyzed those numbers as much as other people have. Assume I'll go by what they say is profit, particularly when 40% difference. And logic says it should be profit. Part of that being it's a natural resource, it's not a processed one. Oh, we know his capacity's full though. Exporting, yeah, I'm not getting. Ooh, they're not really paying for my mercury. Like that. Pay more for my mercury. Why am I? Not what I wanted it to do, but like everything is grayed out. Don't show me the grayed out ones. Yeah, there we go. Sorted alphabetically. Mercury, mercury. So by the looks of it, only Bordeaux and Venice take much mercury. What are they going to pay? Tell me, mercury? Sales are not about mercury. The balance? Venice should have plenty of like a supply of. Well, Bordeaux's in France. We didn't want to give them mercury, but I got independent. Thing is, I want to know the price before we Oh no, we're not exporting from Bordeaux. Okay, this is exporting from export from. I don't know where we make all of our. Gum. Well, those are okay. Two imports from Sevilla. It's guys exporting from Sevilla. Now we get a price. Projected profit. Both of those are two that we don't want to do. Algazir is really the only other one. I'll give some to Lisbon. Oh, I gotta click on it. Click on that one. Whatever. I don't know why it said there are two transports to Burgos though. Awfully sure we've just been looking at this a lot. Burgos. Of course, it's the only one that says the Via to Burgos. Burgos profits back up high. It was low for a while. With 20, now it's over 30. Whatever issue might have been, we compensated for it. Time to pay off another loan. Okay. New place unlocked. Laura Dannon. Anybody remember Laura Dannon from Willow? Just now I'm wondering, you know, it's like totally fine fantasy name, but fantasy name was a real name. Do. For that drop in income. There was no drop in income. So it's not even showing it. That's not showing income. That's cash flow. Oh no, it's the second month in a row it's down. Oh, maybe it did change. Why? It looks like I'm making 37. Okay, we got somebody coming of age. Get to work, get to work, get to work. Yes. And work. $58 Marshall. Whereas this guy. Whoa. Got two people we want to replace? What am I? Yeah, we're going to replace her for the Marshal. It says grant cabinet rights. No. Do this again. Why am I not allowed to appoint her here? It's female. It's not allowed gender equality, but. What? But that one modifier disappeared. How about that? Oh, yeah, this is only for her. So this costs us the 20 legitimacy again. But if it turns her into a normal, I'm going to save the game. Hey, don't make her here. Disappear. I don't know how to get her back. No gender laws. Able to get girl males. Okay, yeah, I need to search for a character, but do that without being bounded to things like this. Like if I search for females, it's not going to be any because females aren't allowed to be in the Navy. Same with the Army, and same with the Cabinet. Except for that we've accepted. So how do you find other characters? Where is search for a character? I mean, what's our name? Blanche? Not searching for characters. Uh, Searching for map modes. What's this one? Left click to pin the favorite map. What? Unpin the favorite map modes. What, you just talking about that whole window? Is that a character search? Map markers. What's a map marker? Nice. I don't know. That's not what I'm looking for. Found a new button. That should always be. Um, uh, Character finder. Let's check the keybinds. Common, pause menu, Windows. Map. Funny, these categories don't line up. Talked about window controls here. It will be talked about map controls, but and put the categories in the right place or something. But we're not talking about cameras or windows. Like some of these. Yeah, there's a find province. So wherever the find character is, I think it'd be in the same section. skipping some of these lines. I have a real strong feeling we're not looking for too. Open to society or culture tab. Click on the it says character or people subtab. Oh, oh, okay, that's why. Yep. Society, people, characters. That's why it's just a subtab. It's a subtab. Subtab of the Crown of Castile window. Times. Okay. So I am interested in royal crown. Yep, just like that's good enough. But we were also curious about age, adults. Also worried about that too when you lose child. If you have two children come of age at the same time, I don't mean that. Come of age is the wrong term. Two children turn 3 years old at the same time, we can increase their education. Get one pop-up, shows various children, but once you set one child, that pop-up disappears. The other children are just lost. Gotta find them. It also could be looking at the dynasty tree, or if you happen to remember, child in question was your uncle's grandson. Trace it that way, but very difficult. This is the easy way. Now that we found it. Crazy to hide it there, though. I mean, all these games by default have search for location and search for character buttons. This one doesn't have a search for character button, apparently. A silly button, but key binding. Built. Feels like I'm surprised we have this many. Oh, maybe not all of them are in this location. All of them are home. Maybe some have been married off. Yeah, necessarily a location option. Okay. And it's not enough details. I do just have to mouse over them and like good enough. Well, she's our courtier. Cabinet member. Like hovering over this cabinet member's a little hat. There could be another icon in the frame here. Show a little hat of the cabinet. Oh, it says over here cabinet. Oh, so this means torture. Okay. We got a lot. Yeah. So this guy is my Diplo torture cabinet. That guy is a general. Got a 57 military. Got a 68. We're putting her military on the cabinet. Not allowed to. Grant cabinet, right? Okay. We need an admin. 53. $58. I got a 58 or the Crown Prince. Still. I mean, yeah, I think we'll put this guy as like Admiral. Oh, he is the Admiral. Fine. If I sorted by total. Oh, they're not giving us total. Uh, very rough. 13. 14. All right, you. It's the 58. You're my admin. You have to lose another legitimacy. Okay. What is that? I can't make out the symbol. Oh, it's the Admiral's hat. It's a lot of the blue blends into the dark green back. Which is a little bit ironic. I can just make it slightly bigger. I can see the blue on blue. Tinier blue on green. Anyway, thinking about the font sizes every day. Let's run the ads. Let me run. Oh, run for one more day. See our new crown power. 40% too. 42%. Yeah, I finally knew before I passed that reform. We put in autocracy when we could have left it. Whatever it's called. It's been a lot of legitimacy that we don't have to. But we're playing around. We're still learning. Right, be right back. Oh, it's a quick break. Of course, the ads is still running on Twitch, but do more housekeeping. Where these people are. Might be too late. Talking about those missing educated children. Childs. It's between an adolescent and a child. 11, at least. I have a semantic hang up here. Actually comes from The Sims. But everybody in the world is a child. Then they are all creatures that had parents. I am a child. Had parents. Child is not a. I mean, so like, imagine the oldest person you know on their deathbed or whatever. You're talking to them. You ask, how many children do you have? Hey, 8 children, but of course, by the time I'm 100, half of them have died off. You have 5 children. Like 100, if it's a 100-year-old person, they might be 80-year-old children, but they have children. Therefore, you can be an 80-year-old child. Counts. Anyway, that's a real world problem. Has no education selected. That is exactly what. Yeah, learned a lot today too. So yeah, copper complaints. It seems like I feel like I've heard this before. Squabbles. Oh yeah, yeah. Commoners versus bourgeoisie. They can both be unhappy, and we gain some legitimacy. But the easiest one to click, only 5%. Commoners gain 10% of state of satisfaction. Progresses towards traditional economy, which is where we have been maxed out, but we're currently only 5. Where it progresses. We don't need to change the societal values. And this one, oh, that's the way to make nobody sad. Make them both sad. The commoners won't even notice. And the burgers didn't even notice. They don't even know they're sad. Where's my money? Did we pay off our debts? We did. Ducats are about 200 more. Need more. Claim thrown on Lower Bavaria. Lower Bavaria was once the once the Holy Roman Empire. For all I know, they still are. They were the first Holy Roman Emperor in our game. I think. Judging by their flag is what I think I'm basing that on. The chance Upper Bavaria has actually. Of course they do. Yep, just reversed. Actually, what I was going to suggest. Swap the corners. So, thing though, I don't understand working against the HRE, and I guess I'm finally forming a question. I probably have to ask the other streamers that know. I don't have anybody in chat that knows. Is how do I interact with the HRE as a whole country? Because if I go to war with him, it won't matter because I can't get to him. I need military access. Of course, need to go through half a dozen. Have to go through a dozen countries, and there's no way, probably not within limitations, the game, the diplo points. I can't get military access through a dozen countries. Give me access to the HRE in general. Similarly, yeah, I open Holy Roman Emperor panel. There we go. So I found this, and yeah, why do we not have this book? That might answer my question. Being in the HRE after the anyway. And how do we do that? For two HRE. Okay, this one. Okay. This is Aragon. No, it's not. That's Portugal. That's Portugal. Us, Portugal. I don't know why Aragon's not in here. Your court language, bro. Your loyalty, bro. Trust. Loyalty. Loyalty help annex them faster? Say not. Just cultural influence. Bacon's Castilian. Did I get him in here? Thing is, partially, types of unions. This is a union created by a royal marriage. This is when two or more countries have come to have the same ruler due to royal marriages. Two or more countries. That's it. More countries. But how do you think? Like it says, I'm Queen of Aragon. My heir is heir to Aragon. How do you think it came about if not by royal marriage? Back to my Aragon window. There's not a way to invite them into, which I can sort of understand because it's supposed to be automatic. We never invited Portugal. Oh, culture's capacity. Maybe I can take a look, glance at that. Used to be limited to 2 accepted cultures. Able to go to 3. Probably could accept Andalusian, but remember Andalusian was only on this peninsula, and not being able to accept them before. Indeed, I think it costs like 2.6 at least. We might even be able to afford them again. But anyway, you're saying because we couldn't accept them, just about eradicated them, really. Portugal's not. But since we're going to have to accept Portuguese and Aragonese, I think Portuguese. There's Aragonese. Now let's accept Andalusian if we're allowed. 1.38. I do think it was a lot higher. Oh, that's not the cost. 1.3 of my population is Asian. Oh. Yeah, capsule color capacity used if accepted is 5. If tolerated is 1.77. Takes up to 2.99. We can perfectly fit tolerating the Andalusians. I think we should. It does cost another 5 prestige. I stop converting them. We can stop converting them. I mean, every place is at least 50% Castilian anyway. And like I said from the get-go, when I wasn't a fan of genociding. Even if it's the passive genocide. Completely assimilate them so that they're gone. It's still the same thing. I mean, but the side usually implies murder. Elimination by other means is still elimination. What to do? Yeah, right. We just got to find a new job for. Simulation cabinet member. What happened? We lost somebody. Probably somebody I just paid legitimacy for. No? No. No. I don't know. All right, you are still definitely Diplo. Need to find a admin. Don't got anybody anymore. Well, she's the one we had replaced with somebody from our royal family. That's what I'm saying, yeah. Whoever we lost, it was somebody I paid 20. Yeah, you can come back, Maria. Costs a lot of money. And wait. Oh yeah, we're just looking for a different duty. Preferably a Diplo duty. Change societal values. Diplomatic endeavors. Gives diplomatic reputation, but it's just like a constant development. Improve relations. Apparently assimilating, right? I like Australianese. Does that take up any slots in our cultures? I mean, we already accept it. Cultural capacity use 15. So, Not what I envision going into. I prefer a melting pot. Do. Cabinet, dude. Change my sort order. Grayed out his recovery effort. To recover from negative prosperity. That reminds me, we were devastated down here. Guess we're not anymore. And we accept Zanati, by the way. Or, I don't know about accept, but we at least tolerate. I mentioned it, we should look again. Just gotta get used to flipping through way too many screens. Here's Zanati. Positive opinion. Neutral opinion. Civilians like the Zanatians. Zanatians are neutral towards us. Positive opinion, but what's that accepted or not? Zanati is not tolerated. Zanati is not accepted. Both checked off. We just like them. That means. Well, yeah, this. I think that being red, I think that means like enemy. I think I saw this is a discriminated culture. Maybe it would have been cheaper to embrace them than the Andalusians, but right now. Uh Back to the cabinet. You're finding a Diplo duty. The other Diplo duties set are grayed out. Reduce war exhaustion. So Diplo is an easy choice. Change society values. And frankly, I'm actually thinking we might just go with that ad for solving provinces, or even if he's back. But change society values. It is going the wrong way, first of all. Not on the surface. I do want quality. Let's see. Let's go offensive. Pretending to go naval. Want to go naval. Official economy, I don't know, but started way to the right. It's been maxed out. We'd like to head towards innovative rather than traditionalist in general. Totally theory crafting wise. Traditional gives a little happiness to the estates, which sort of think we might want, particularly until I remove the autocracy. Cultural tradition modifier, but we want a cultural influence modifier. I think we want to be innovative. Stability costs more. It's a curious one. Worthy. So innovative. Take forever to get there, but and that too. Since it's moving that direction, we're just fighting against ourselves if we do want to change policies first or anything. We're not going to. Yeah, let's look for something that's headed in a direction that we want to go, and we want to move it further in that direction. Not spiritualist, rather human, rather plutocracy. No, 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 no. Decentralized, unclear, belligerent. Yeah. Now, still, where's a discussion that still wasn't resolved? Why would anybody take the belligerent? And a part of that was related to because I thought I liked belligerent because such reduced antagonism. But now it's saying increase antagonism. But somebody had said bugged. For TV, Sarah Beth, have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for showing up first. That. Enjoy your shows. Don't forget to weigh your flour. Have a good night. Yeah, thanks for the resub too. Yeah. Always. Is money I live off of. Thank you. Ooh. We'll see. Did I hover over the right one? Belligerent, conciliatory. I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, minus 50% antagonism for taking land. Like I'm taking all the land. I think it'd be a good thing, but there's posts on Reddit that said, well, why would anybody take this option? Like, isn't it obvious? Well, it's bugged. Anyway, we're not against taking land, so file that under not making a decision either. Whether belligerent, whether centralized. Don't know. Offensive, naval. Naval's one we could try to push in the proper direction. But again, I'm not against it because I do like the idea of conquistadors. But funny thing is, we gotta transport them. Need conquistadors roaming our home country. Capitalist economy, traditional economy. I don't know, but we're already pegged to traditional economy. And so, individualism versus communalism. I've never really made a decision or considered. Oh, revoke privilege cost. Yeah. That's the ticket. Like that. Less rebellion, slower migration. Want a clarification whether that's only internal migration? We'll migrate from town to town, from region to region inside our country? Or is that also total immigration from other countries? Immigration from other countries that reduced. Love to artificially inflate our population. Might define it. Not really, because the definition is broken up into two terms. I want to know what combined is. It's from one location to another. Whether it's inside our country or outside our country, it doesn't. Hey, back there, look. Do. Morale. But estates are generally unsatisfied. Oh, did they avoid using a word? No, I'm not getting it. Never mind what I was thinking, probably. Ah. Means the people are generally happier. Look with estates. The people are generally unhappier. But the military stronger. Hmm. I think it's two ways of describing the same thing. I'm thinking this one is actually more like national. But really the part of that is that that's brainwashing people into thinking happier. Happier to serve in the military. I do not get this spectrum. Individualism to communalism. But right now, if I had to pick one, I'd pick this one. Cheaper privileges. Cheaper revocation of privileges. Fewer revolts, say, although we've never had a problem with revolts yet. Only seen easy revolts, but change sooner or later. Yeah, wait. The estates are happier. Just the only bad thing is the migration speed. Again, exactly what we're talking about. It's just internal migration that's so bad. Let me search to see what people are. Individualism or communalism? Question mark. All right, it says faster pop growth, so that has to mean international. Because if it's regional, internal migration, doesn't matter. The population stay the same. Whole. But then again, that's just an overview. Wait, wait. There's some kind, sometimes called collectivism. No, it's a different game from years ago. I gotta search for stuff for the past month. And how about the actual forms, please? Specific? Hmm. Not much discussion on the forums exactly. Well, there's one thread. It's a big thread that a lot of people contributed to details, but not that much. Not like the when you post on Reddit. Communalism seems like a must-have for dropping inconvenient estate privileges. Ooh, this guy's going against communalism. Worth marking this, following it, watching it. Uh, and what I'm looking for in this post. I think one guy neglected to mention either of these. Though he did a great big post, seemed to mention them all, but individualism or communalism mentioned. Anyway, yeah, because communalism helps you revoke privileges. Let me go ahead and focus that guy on moving towards communalism. We are going that way, but obviously it's going to take forever. So long. Help it along. This. So then assimilating Granada. Please. Change societal values. Communalism. How is our annexation going? 15%? Be done by April of 1562. We will be done before the game is over. Yeah, progress. 1562. That's only 130 years. Okay, we're friends with Naples. The diplomat yet? No. Increase exports to. I looked it up. I forgot. Wasn't much. It was the BR and an. It's not Broogie or nothing. Oh yeah, like bra, bruh, bruh, hey, bruh. Get the most hungover, slummy guy you can imagine. Say bra. That's what that word is. Oh. 4 hours gone by. There are flies when you're recording mercury. One wants to work. This was not the plan. Lose 5 ducats. Oh no! So, yeah. What else were we doing? What were those, grew some saffron. Check out our goods. Ordered alphabetic. Tell that a loss? Is that just because of exports, though? Hover over demand? Let's give the breakdown. Yeah, just definitely too many exports. That's fine. Good. We'll have a surplus. Stockpile. Could make more. Yeah. Do some of them. Cloves. Of course, we have a negative surplus of cloves. I've never heard of them. Didn't know they were in the game. Dare I import it? No, because I have any market availability yet. I was trying to go to open RGO builder, cloves. Just show me all the numbers of buildings. They say 0 cloves. I'm pretty sure we have no cloves. Huh? I don't know why not. Screen. Incense. Silk. Silk? We have silk. Yeah. Silk. That saffron. Rather be I wanted to look at fine cloth first. And we did one there. A little bit of an improvement. And always those fiber crops. One more fiber crop. Oh, they're all up north. Maybe we got a huge surplus up north and just backing a little bit down south because we don't have any place down south. Check that out. Actually, 30 grains. Wait, 30 grains are not. What? Fiber crops. Yeah. Okay. I've subconsciously been confused. Only I realize it. 30 grains are not a fiber crop. That explains some early confusion. I was building so many 30 grains, but we never had enough fiber crops. They're different things. So. Yeah, some places for fiber crops. Anyway, now what I was looking at then. Yeah, if I hit back, we're going to show me that screen. Weird. This one, starting by what we ain't got. In Sevilla, grains. But I bet you Burgos has 30 grains. No, they don't. Oh, good alert. Say that's what. Oh, we don't control. Gotta make a joke. Say that's why we took Orin, but. This is back up in Burgos. Okay. And in Sevilla. Could increase our silk. They're saying they need some wood, but that's the thing. Whoever's making furniture, if they cut it out, you'd probably have enough wood. Still, I'll do one wood. 4 and a 3. 4. I want to do, originally started doing, wanted fine cloth. These are still goods. Alphabetical. Do this again. There's one screen that had these with a name. I thought you got there by production goods. It's not here. Listen to the RGO builder. Switching that. I think it's closing that. It is closing that. Fine cloth. Here. Telling me what I thought it might. Not sure we have which ones are in the south in Sevilla. Not that it matters. Tailor's Guild. Thing is outside. Inputs for the Tailor's Guild. Did have silk down south, but yeah, wool, the cloth, regular cloth made up. I have a regular cloth factory. Get a regular cloth factory going. We get cloth from. I don't like this. It's too hard to find out prerequisites. You can determine derivative products, but not what the requirements are. Oh, we got 29 Spinner's Guild. That might be enough. Only one rural cloth maker. Spinner's Guild makes cloth. Rural cloth maker. It's one's buildable in a... Really? This one's buildable in a town or city. This one's buildable in a rural place. Okay. Fix this number. Profit, maximum profit. Oh, we do got one rural cloth maker, but anyway. Seems like we should have a lot of cloth. Back to the fine cloth. Actually was a cloth. Great to find cloth. Didn't know there were degrees of cloth in the game. We got 19 of them. 4 in Pamplona, 3 in our capital, our original capital. No, just considering that. Pamplona. Yep. Too close to the French. Oh. Still doing it. Here's the button. What was I doing wrong? Yeah. Don't click on the cloth. Don't click on the find building button. Window scrolls off the screen. Cool. We'll build it up in Valladolid. Old capital, why not? Think about adding a new one if I knew what any of these countries. Depends upon where those spinners guilds were. Alright, so which one of these was also on the previous screen? All those ones near France? Anyway, let's put something down. Oh, not mean to. Location called Cordoba. Heard of it. Oh, these places are big. We actually didn't need that. I wanted to build the fine cloth. Oh. Build it near Printers Guild. We don't know where any of that is. About someplace on a road too. Building a little bit. That's because I took a look at Castile. There's so many sheep. Well, I decided, well, first things first, let's make fine cloth and export that. It never really happened. They are definitely making some, and you saw a lot of base cloth, but most of it's being consumed locally. Got into the mass production. Okay, yeah, let's wrap up this. watching, everybody. I'll send you on a raid if somebody and we. Hey, it looks like I got a few. Appreciate you all lurking. And Sarah Beth. E. If we have 5, I'll dare to this guy. Said we had 5, but a partner. I don't like to rate a partner that I don't know. Hey, it looks like it's going. That's great. Stand by for the raid. Have a great day, everybody. I don't